and sensory changes. Every science eventually reaches a point where its methods stop producing answers. Physics hit this wall with quantum measurement. Biology hit it with the origin of life. The study of the mind hits it with consciousness. Not because consciousness is mystical, but because the standard explanatory tools of science seem structurally unable to close the gap between objective description and subjective experience. This is not a single puzzle. It is an interlocking set of problems that constrain one another in unexpected ways. A solution to one often generates a new version of another. Functionalism dissolves the knowledge argument, but invites absent qualia. Physicalism handles causal closure, but stumbles on conceivability. Panpsychism avoids the emergence problem, but inherits the combination problem. Every move in this space has a cost, and most introductory treatments hide the bill. What follows is a reconstruction of the entire landscape of consciousness studies as a connected argument. Each position will be built from the problem that forced it into existence. Each critique will be presented at full force, without premature resolution. The goal is not to survey what philosophers believe, but to make the pressure that produced each view fully visible. The order is roughly logical rather than historical, beginning with the foundational arguments that set the constraints every later theory must respect. The audience for this is someone who already knows the standard positions and their textbook objections. The aim is to go one level deeper into the tensions that remain genuinely unresolved, the recent reformulations that have changed the terms of debate, and the objections that even defenders of a view find hardest to answer. Part 1. What is it like to be something? Nagel and the subjectivity problem. Start with a deceptively simple observation about explanation in the natural sciences. When physics explains heat, it identifies heat with mean molecular kinetic energy. The explanation works because everything we wanted to know about heat, its transfer, its measurement, its effects on materials, can be derived from facts about molecular motion. Nothing is left over. The explanandum is fully captured by the explanans. Now, consider a neuroscientist studying echolocation in bats. She can map every neural pathway from the bat's auditory cortex to its motor outputs. She can model the precise timing of ultrasonic pulses and their returning echoes. She can predict the bat's flight trajectory through a dark cave with arbitrary accuracy. She has, in a strong sense, explained echolocation. But Thomas Nagel, in his 1974 paper, identified a specific feature of this explanation that differs from the heat case. With heat, once you have the molecular story, there is no further fact that resists capture. With the bat, even after the complete neural and behavioral story is told, there seems to be something left over. There is something it is like for the bat to perceive through sonar. That subjective character, the bat's own point of view on its ecolocatory experience does not appear anywhere in the third-person description. The critical move in Nagel's argument is not the vague claim that subjectivity is mysterious. It is the precise structural point that objective descriptions are, by their nature, perspectiveless. A complete physics or neuroscience aspires to a view from nowhere, progressively abstracting away from any particular point of view. But conscious experience is constitutively perspectival. It exists only from a point of view. So, the more objective our description becomes, the further it moves from the target phenomenon. This generates a dilemma that is sharper than it first appears. If our best explanatory methods require increasing objectivity, and the thing to be explained is essentially subjective, then explanatory success and descriptive accuracy pull in opposite directions. This is not a claim that consciousness is non-physical. Nagel explicitly says he is not arguing for dualism. He is arguing that our current concept of physical explanation has a structural limitation that prevents it from accommodating subjectivity. The common response, often attributed to Daniel Dennett, is that Nagel has confused epistemic limitations with metaphysical ones. We cannot know what it is like to be a bat because we lack the relevant sensory apparatus, not because there is some ontologically special property floating free of the physical. On this reading, the subjective character of experience is just the way certain physical states present themselves to the organisms that have them. There is no residual fact beyond the functional and physical story. But this response has a precise vulnerability that Nagel anticipated. Even in our own case, the third-person description seems to leave something out. A neuroscientist examining her own brain scan while experiencing the color red has access to two bodies of information that do not obviously converge. She knows everything the scan tells her about neural activation patterns in visual cortex. She also knows what red looks like from the inside. The question is whether the second kind of knowledge is fully captured by the first, and if so, what the mechanism of that capture could be. Nagel's argument does not answer this question. It is deliberately diagnostic rather than therapeutic. It identifies a structural feature of the problem space without proposing a solution. This restraint is precisely what made the argument productive, because it separated two questions that had been run together. First, is there a genuine explanatory gap between objective description and subjective experience? Second, if so, does that gap reflect
in effect, you draw yourself away from other people and that makes the problem worse. So you perpetuate this lifestyle of I don't trust people, and people don't like me, and people are probably never going to like me, so I will never like people, and I'm okay by myself. But the fact is that you're so unhappy because you're alone.
Pull up a shawty to bust down. Oh, you know she gon' make it nice.
none of it matters.
Too late. I don't love you anymore. Goodbye.
Done. Now, please go.
Who are you?
I'm no one. Invoking darkness. Invoking darkness. Invoking darkness. Invoking darkness. Invoking darkness. Invoking darkness.
great choice. I think you're going to be one to watch in this race, if you've got the endurance for it.
Strap in for this one. The Goliath lives up to its name and then some. The longest route around Japan. No shortcuts. Good luck.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes.
an ontological difference or merely a conceptual one? The first question is Nagel's. The second question is what every subsequent position in the philosophy of consciousness is trying to answer. But Nagel's formulation also contains an ambiguity that would generate decades of further work. When he says there is something it is like to be a bat, does the explanatory resistance come from the qualitative character of bat experience, from the subjective perspective itself, or from both? These can come apart. You might think the problem is specifically about qualia, the redness of red, the painfulness of pain. Or you might think the problem is about perspective as such, the sheer fact that there is a point of view at all, regardless of its qualitative content. Nagel's language is compatible with both readings, and different subsequent programs take different sides. Part 2. The explanatory gap. Nagel's paper established that subjective experience resists a certain kind of objective explanation. But it left unspecified exactly where in the explanatory chain the resistance occurs. Joseph Levine's 1983 paper on the explanatory gap provides that specificity, and its contribution is frequently conflated with Chalmers's hard problem, despite doing fundamentally different philosophical work. Consider a standard scientific identity claim. Water is H2O. This identity is necessary if true. There is no possible world where water is not H2O. But it is also explanatory in a particular sense. Once you know the molecular composition of water, you can derive its observable properties, its boiling point, its transparency, its role as a solvent. The identity does not merely state a brute fact. It makes the connection between the two sides of the identity intelligible. Now consider a proposed psychophysical identity. Pain is C fiber firing. Suppose this identity is true. Even granting its truth, Levine argues, there is an asymmetry with the water case. From the fact that C fibers are firing, you cannot derive, even in principle, what the experience of pain is like. You can derive that the organism will withdraw its hand, report discomfort, exhibit stress hormones. You can derive every functional and behavioral consequence. What you cannot derive is the qualitative character, the specific way pain feels from the inside. This is the explanatory gap. It is not a claim about what exists. Levine is explicit that the gap is epistemic, not metaphysical. He is not saying pain is something over and above C fiber firing. He is saying that even if the identity is true, it remains unintelligible to us in a way the water identity does not. We are left with a brute correlation rather than a transparent explanation. The distinction between Levine and Nagel is worth marking precisely. Nagel argues that objective methods cannot capture subjective character because of a structural mismatch between perspectives. Levine argues something more specific, that psychophysical identities fail to meet the same standard of explanatory transparency that other scientific identities meet. You do not need to invoke perspectives or subjectivity to state Levine's point. You only need the observation that physical descriptions entail functional roles, but do not entail qualitative character. This specificity matters because it constrains the available responses differently. Against Nagel, one can argue that objectivity and subjectivity are compatible, that a science can acknowledge perspective without abandoning rigor. Against Levine, Émile Cioran was a Romanian-born French philosopher who lived from 1911 to 1995, and he remains one of the most brutally honest voices in 20th century philosophy. While most philosophers tried to console us or provide meaning, Cioran did the opposite. He stripped away every comfort, every illusion, every reason to continue existing, and yet somehow created works of devastating beauty that people could not stop reading. What makes Cioran unique is not just his pessimism, which is darker than Schopenhauer's, but his style. He wrote in aphorisms, brief explosive fragments that read like philosophical grenades. He never built a systematic philosophy, never founded a school of thought, and actively rejected being called a philosopher at all. He called himself a writer who happened to think about impossible problems. His influence is strange and pervasive. You will find his fingerprints on writers like Michel Houellebecq, philosophers like Peter Zapfe, musicians in black metal bands, and depressed graduate students worldwide. He speaks to those moments when life feels fundamentally wrong, when existence itself seems like a cosmic mistake. But here is the paradox. His writing about meaninglessness is so alive, so electrifying, that it becomes a reason to keep reading, to keep thinking, to somehow keep going. We will explore every dimension of his thought, from his early fascination with death to his views on history, consciousness, mysticism, and the tragedy of being born. We will examine where his ideas succeed brilliantly and where they fail completely.
Change.
Welcome back, G.
We will look at how scholars have debated his work and why some consider him a dangerous thinker, while others see him as therapeutically honest. Part 1. The Architecture of Despair. At the foundation of Choran's entire philosophy lies one overwhelming conviction. Existence is a catastrophe, and consciousness is the wound that will not heal. This is not garden-variety pessimism. This is not someone having a bad day or going through a depressive episode. This is a carefully reasoned, experientially grounded argument that being born was the original and irreversible mistake. Choran's pessimism emerges from a specific experience that haunted him his entire life: insomnia. As a young man in Romania, he spent years unable to sleep, wandering the streets at night while everyone else rested peacefully. During these insomniac nights, something shifted in his perception. The normal world, with its routines, ambitions and meanings, appeared suddenly arbitrary and absurd. When you cannot sleep, when you are locked in consciousness for days on end, the machinery of existence becomes visible. You see that everything people care about, careers, relationships, politics, art, is just elaborate distraction from the fundamental emptiness beneath. Let me make this concrete. Imagine you are awake at 3 in the morning and you have been awake for 72 hours straight. Your body is screaming for rest, but your mind will not stop. You watch the sunrise, which everyone calls beautiful, but to you it just means another day of exhausted existence. Your friends worry about their job interviews, their romantic partners, their social media presence. From your insomniac perspective, these concerns appear fantastically meaningless. They are sandcastles built by children who do not realize the tide is coming. This was not a metaphor for Choran. This was his lived reality for years. From this experience, Choran developed what we might call consciousness pessimism. He argued that consciousness itself is the problem, not particular social conditions or psychological disorders. Animals do not suffer existentially because they lack self-awareness. A dog does not lie awake wondering why it exists. A cat does not contemplate the meaninglessness of catching mice. But humans, cursed with reflexive awareness, cannot help but see the absurdity of their own existence. We know we will die. We know our accomplishments will be forgotten. We know that in cosmic terms nothing we do matters at all. And yet we are biologically programmed to keep going, to desire, to strive, to care. This creates what Choran called the tragedy of lucidity. The more clearly you see reality, the less livable it becomes. Stupidity, faith, distraction, these are survival mechanisms. Smart people suffer more because they cannot sustain comforting illusions. He wrote, "It is not worth the bother of killing yourself, since you always kill yourself too late." What he meant is that by the time you recognize life is not worth living, you have already invested so much suffering into it that suicide seems pointless. You are already dead in the ways that matter. Now, let us examine how this differs from other forms of pessimism. Arthur Schopenhauer, the great 19th century pessimist, argued that life is suffering because of the will, a blind cosmic force that drives all existence. Schopenhauer offered an escape through aesthetic contemplation and ascetic denial of the will. Choran rejected this completely. There is no escape, no salvation, no technique that will solve the problem of existence. Mysticism does not work. Philosophy does not work. Art does not work. These are just more sophisticated forms of self-deception. Unlike nihilists like Friedrich Nietzsche, who saw meaninglessness as liberating and called for the creation of new values, Choran found no freedom in the void. Nietzsche said, if God is dead, we can become gods ourselves. Choran said, if God is dead, we are stuck with an eternal corpse and nowhere to bury it. The absence of meaning is not an opportunity. It is a prison sentence with no possibility of parole. Let me give you a concrete example from Choran's work that shows his method. In his book, The Trouble with Being Born, he writes, "We dread the future only when we are not sure we can kill ourselves when we want to." Look at what is happening in this sentence. Most people fear the future because of specific threats, illness, poverty, loneliness. Choran inverts this completely. The real dread is not having the option to opt out. Suicide becomes not a desperate act, but the ultimate insurance policy. Just knowing you can exit makes existence barely tolerable. This is not encouraging suicide, understand? This is describing how many people actually navigate existence, with the secret knowledge that they can always leave if it becomes truly unbearable. Scholars have debated whether Choran's position is even coherent. The Romanian philosopher Gabriel Liceanu, who knew Choran personally, argued that if existence is truly unbearable, Choran should have committed suicide. The fact that he lived to 84 suggests either his pessimism was performative or that life contains more than his philosophy admits. Choran's response to this criticism is fascinating. He said he continued living out of curiosity, weakness and cowardice, not because life was worth living. He called himself a professor of decline who was too interested in the spectacle of existence to leave the theatre. The French philosopher Jean-François Maté criticized Choran for what he called aesthetic pessimism, the idea that Choran enjoyed his own despair too much for it to be authentic. The writing is too beautiful, too carefully crafted, too pleasurable to read. If Choran truly believed what he wrote, Maté argued, his style would reflect that emptiness. Instead, we get aphorisms of stunning literary power. This is a serious criticism. Can pessimism this profound coexist with prose this gorgeous? Choran was aware of this contradiction and addressed it directly. He said writing was his way of transforming suffering into style, not of escaping suffering. The beauty of the prose does not negate the horror of the content. If anything, it makes it worse. Imagine a surgeon describing a terminal diagnosis in the most elegant, poetic language possible. The poetry does not heal the disease. It just makes you more aware of the tragedy. Where does this philosophy fail? The most obvious critique is that it is unfalsifiable. If you agree with Choran, he is correct. If you disagree, you are deluding yourself. This is not philosophy, this is prophecy. There is no argument that could convince Choran he is wrong, because he has already dismissed all counter-arguments as products of the very consciousness he critiques. The American philosopher Thomas Nagel pointed out this problem in absurdist philosophy generally. You cannot argue against absurdism without using reason, but absurdism claims reason itself is absurd. You are trapped in a circular argument. Another failure is empirical. Most people, most of the time, do not experience existence the way Choran describes. Yes, there are moments of existential dread. 3 in the morning panic, confrontations with mortality. But these are episodes, not constants. Most humans find genuine joy, meaning and purpose in their lives. They love their children. They take pleasure in good food, beautiful landscapes, intellectual discovery, physical activity. To dismiss all of this as illusion or bad faith seems arrogant. Who is Choran to tell billions of people that their happiness is fake? But here is where defenders of Choran make an interesting point. Perhaps he is not describing how everyone experiences life, but rather revealing a truth that most people successfully avoid confronting. His philosophy is not descriptive, but diagnostic. It shows what happens when the defense mechanisms fail, when the distractions stop working, when you are forced to look directly at existence without any protective filters. In this reading, Choran is not wrong about life. He is just describing a perspective that most people are lucky enough to escape most of the time. The applications of Choran's thought are strange and unexpected. You might think a philosophy this dark has no practical value. Yet many readers report that Choran helps them precisely because he does not offer false comfort. When you are genuinely depressed or facing existential crisis, positive thinking feels insulting. Choran meets you where you are. He says, yes, this is terrible, and there is no solution, and you are not crazy for noticing. For some people, this radical honesty is more therapeutic than any self-help book. Writers and artists have found Choran useful as an antidote to cultural optimism. In a world of mandatory positivity, productivity culture, and toxic inspiration, Choran gives permission to acknowledge that existence is often miserable and meaningless. This can be liberating in a perverse way. If nothing matters anyway, you might as well write that novel, paint that picture, take that risk. The worst-case scenario is that you wasted time on a pointless project in a pointless universe, which is no worse than any other way to waste time. But we must be honest about the dangers too. For someone already prone to depression or suicidal ideation, Choran can be genuinely harmful. His ideas can rationalize self-destruction, can make suffering seem noble or inevitable rather than treatable. Mental health professionals generally warn against philosophies of pure negation for vulnerable individuals. The question is whether ideas can be dangerous. Choran would probably say yes, and that is precisely what makes them interesting. Part 2. The Trouble with Being Born. If Choran's pessimism had a ground zero, a point from which all other despair radiates, it would be birth itself. Not death, not suffering, not injustice, but the simple fact of being born. His most famous book, The Trouble with Being Born, argues that birth is the original crime, the fundamental violation from which all other problems follow. This is not a metaphor. Choran literally believed that being born was the worst thing that could happen to anyone. He wrote, "It is not worth the bother of being born for so little." And elsewhere, "I am displeased with everything. If they made me God, I would immediately resign." These are not cute philosophical provocations. They express a genuine horror at existence that most people never articulate because it seems too extreme, too childish, too ungrateful. Let me explain the logic carefully. Before birth, there is no suffering because there is no one to suffer. Non-existence is not painful. It is simply neutral, a state of perfect peace that requires nothing and lacks nothing. Birth ruptures this peace by creating a consciousness that can suffer. And once you exist, you cannot go back to non-existence without dying, which itself involves suffering. So birth is a trap. It forces existence onto someone who never asked for it and cannot easily escape it. This connects to what philosophers call antinatalism, the view that it is morally wrong to bring new people into existence. The South African philosopher David Benatar has made similar arguments in academic philosophy, but Choran arrived at these conclusions decades earlier through lived experience rather than formal argument. Benatar uses what he calls the asymmetry argument. Pleasure is good, but the absence of pleasure for someone who does not exist is not bad. Pain is bad, and the absence of pain for someone who does not exist is good. Therefore, not creating a person avoids bad without losing good. Choran's version is more visceral and less systematic. He focuses on what he calls the fall into time. Before birth, you are nowhere, nothing, eternal in a sense because you are outside time entirely. Birth throws you into time, into mortality, into the prison of becoming. You age, you decay, you accumulate regrets. Every moment of your life is dying, slipping away even as it happens. And you know this is happening. You watch yourself deteriorate with full awareness. Here is where it gets psychologically interesting. Choran believed that everyone secretly knows birth was a mistake, but that society has created elaborate mechanisms to prevent us from admitting this. Parents cannot acknowledge it because they inflicted birth on their children. Children cannot acknowledge it because it seems like blaming their parents. So we create myths of meaning, purpose, progress, all to justify a decision that was made without consent. Consider how radical this is. You did not choose to be born. Your parents made a unilateral decision that created all your future suffering. Every pain you experience, every disappointment, every moment of existential dread traces back to their choice to conceive you. In any other context, we would call this violence. If someone created a sentient being knowing it would suffer and die, we would consider that cruel. But when parents do it, we call it a miracle of life. Choran extends this to the question of having children. He never had children and considered it deeply immoral to reproduce. He wrote, "The fact that life has no meaning is a reason to live, moreover, the only one." What he meant is that once you recognize existence is meaningless, you at least stop inflicting it on others. Having children when you understand the tragedy of existence is like pushing someone off a cliff and calling it a gift of flight. Now let us look at the obvious objections, and they are powerful. First, most people are glad they were born. They enjoy life despite its difficulties. They find meaning, love, beauty, purpose. If you ask them whether they would prefer never to have existed, they would say no emphatically. So how can Choran claim birth is objectively bad when most people subjectively disagree? Choran's response is that people are deluded by biological programming and social conditioning. Evolution created organisms that want to survive and reproduce regardless of whether existence is actually good. Natural selection does not care about truth or happiness. It only cares about reproduction. So humans are designed to rationalize their existence, to find meaning where none exists, to cling to life even when life is objectively terrible. But this response has a serious problem that philosophers call the evolutionary debunking argument. If you claim that human judgments about the value of life are unreliable because of evolutionary bias, then your own judgment that life is bad is also unreliable for the same reason. Your brain is the product of the same evolutionary process. Why should we trust your pessimistic evaluation any more than someone else's optimistic one? The philosopher Thomas Nagel addressed this in his essay, The Absurd, arguing that you cannot step outside your own perspective to evaluate it objectively. You are always using the tools of consciousness to critique consciousness, which is circular. Choran might respond that he is not claiming objective knowledge, but rather reporting his experience, and his experience is that existence is intolerable. But then we are back to subjectivity. His misery does not prove everyone else's happiness is false. A second major objection comes from disability rights advocates and others who argue that antinatalism is inherently ableist or nihilistic. Many people with severe disabilities, chronic pain, or difficult life circumstances still value their existence. To claim they would be better off never having been born insults their agency and lived experience. It suggests their suffering makes their life not worth living, which they may vehemently reject. Choran would probably say this objection misses the point. He is not making a comparative judgment about whose life is worth living and whose is not. He is saying all life, regardless of circumstances, contains an irreducible element of suffering and absurdity that makes existence itself questionable. The person with a perfect life suffers from consciousness just as much as the person with a terrible life. The content of experience varies, but the form, the fact of being trapped in existence, remains the same. But notice what happens here. If even the happiest possible life is still fundamentally bad because consciousness itself is problematic, then Choran's argument becomes unfalsifiable again. No evidence could possibly count against it. Someone living a wonderful life is deluded. Someone living a terrible life proves his point. This is not philosophy anymore. It is ideology dressed as insight. The practical applications of antinatalism are ethically complicated. If taken seriously, it suggests humanity should voluntarily go extinct by choosing not to reproduce. The South African philosopher David Benatar openly endorses this conclusion. Choran was less systematic, but clearly believed the world would be better without humans. He wrote, "We should have stayed among the animals, or not gone beyond the vegetables. To leave them was our downfall." Some environmental activists have adopted antinatalist arguments, claiming that the most ethical choice for the planet is to not have children. The carbon footprint of a single human life in a developed country is enormous. By not reproducing, you prevent decades of environmental damage. This is technically true, but feels misanthropic. It suggests human life is a net negative, which most ethical systems reject. The psychological impact of internalizing Choran's view of birth is worth examining. For some readers, it provides validation for feelings they could not previously articulate. Many people have moments where they think, "I did not ask to be born, and I resent being forced into this." Society treats these thoughts as symptoms of depression that need correction. Choran says, no, this is the most lucid thing you could think. For certain temperaments, this permission to acknowledge resentment toward existence feels liberating. But for others, especially those already struggling with suicidal ideation, Choran's philosophy is genuinely dangerous. It provides intellectual justification for the feeling that one should not exist. It makes suffering seem not just inevitable, but built into the structure of reality itself. This can push vulnerable people toward despair rather than treatment. Mental health professionals often distinguish between philosophical pessimism and clinical depression, arguing that they require different responses. Philosophy should not replace therapy or medication. Scholars debate whether Choran's antinatalism is consistent with his decision to keep living. The French philosopher Clément Rosset argued that authentic pessimism requires suicide. If you truly believe existence is bad, you have a responsibility to exit. Continuing to live while preaching antinatalism is hypocritical. Choran's response was characteristically paradoxical. Suicide is a sudden accomplishment, a lightning-like deliverance. It is nirvana by violence. He seemed to find something vulgar about suicide, too decisive, too much like taking action in a world where all action is suspect. The Romanian critic Matei Calinescu, who knew Choran personally, reported that Choran enjoyed many aspects of life despite his writings. He loved conversations, walks through Paris, classical music, French cheese. He was not a miserable recluse, but a charming, sociable person who happened to write the darkest books of the 20th century. This disconnect between life and work is fascinating. Was his pessimism purely literary, a style he adopted for aesthetic reasons? Or could someone genuinely believe existence is terrible while still enjoying individual moments? Perhaps the answer is that Choran distinguished between life and existence. Life, the actual flow of experiences, can contain pleasure, beauty, interest. But existence, the ontological fact of being a conscious entity trapped in time and headed toward death, remains fundamentally problematic. You can enjoy your coffee while still recognizing that being born was a catastrophe. These are not contradictory if you hold them on different levels. Where does antinatalism succeed as philosophy? It forces us to confront a genuine ethical question we usually avoid. Do we have the right to create new people? Most cultures assume reproduction is obviously good, a fundamental human right, the continuation of life itself. Antinatalism questions this assumption. It asks whether we should consider the interests of potential people before they exist. This is philosophically difficult because non-existent people do not have interests in the normal sense. But if we did bring them into existence, they would have interests, and those interests might include not suffering. The philosopher Siana Schifrin has made similar arguments in academic bioethics without endorsing full antinatalism. She points out that consent is impossible in procreation. You cannot ask someone whether they want to exist before they exist. This creates a unique ethical dilemma. In every other situation, we recognize that imposing something significant on someone without their consent is wrong. But reproduction seems like a special case where normal consent rules do not apply. Choran's contribution is making this abstract problem visceral and personal. He does not write about procreation ethics in dry philosophical prose. He writes from the perspective of someone who feels violated by having been born. This first-person approach makes the problem real in a way academic arguments cannot. Whether you agree or not, you cannot ignore the emotional and experiential dimension of the question after reading Choran. The ultimate failure of Choran's antinatalism is that it cannot be lived consistently. If existence is truly as bad as he claims, everyone, including himself, should commit suicide immediately. If reproduction is truly immoral, we should support mandatory sterilization or extinction. But Choran does neither. He lives a long life and never advocates for actual policies to prevent births. This suggests that his philosophy is more expressive than prescriptive, more poetry than program. It describes a mood, a perspective, a way of seeing, not a blueprint for action. And perhaps that is enough. Not every philosophy needs to be a guide for how to live. Some philosophies exist to articulate the unarticulated, to give voice to experiences that polite society pretends do not exist. Choran's antinatalism does this brilliantly. It says what many people secretly feel but never admit, that being born was an imposition, that existence is harder than it should be, that the world might be better without us. Whether this is true or false matters less than whether it captures something real about human experience. And for many readers it does. Part 3. History and the Fall from Paradise. Choran had a strange and deeply pessimistic philosophy of history that runs counter to almost everything modern people believe. While most of us think history represents progress, improvement, humanity getting better over time, Choran believed exactly the opposite. History is decline, decay, a long, slow fall from an original paradise that we can never recover. This is not nostalgia for a particular historical period. Choran was not a conservative pining for the Middle Ages or ancient Rome. His vision of paradise is prehistorical, pre-civilizational, perhaps even pre-human. He wrote, "Paradise was not a place, but a state, the state of pre-consciousness." What he meant is that before humans developed sophisticated self-awareness, before we started thinking about time and death and meaning, we existed in a kind of natural innocence that was not happy, but was at least not tormented. The fall, in Choran's account, happened when humans became conscious of themselves as distinct beings separate from nature. This is similar to the story in Genesis, where eating from the tree of knowledge causes expulsion from Eden. But Choran strips away all the theological meaning. There is no God, no sin, no redemption. Just the brute fact that consciousness ruins everything it touches. Let me make this concrete with an example. Imagine you are an early human, maybe 50,000 years ago. You live in small groups, you hunt and gather. You respond to immediate needs without much planning or abstract thought. You feel hunger and eat. You feel cold and seek warmth. You do not worry about your career, your legacy, the meaning of your existence. These concepts do not exist yet. You are, in a sense, like a very intelligent animal, conscious but not self-conscious. Then something changes. Maybe language becomes more sophisticated. Maybe population density increases and you need to coordinate more complex social structures. Whatever the cause, humans begin to think about themselves as objects, to plan for the future, to remember the past, to ask why. This is the catastrophe. Once you can ask why you exist, you are doomed because there is no good answer. You are expelled from the paradise of thoughtlessness into the hell of constant questioning. Choran believed that history from this point forward is humanity trying unsuccessfully to recover what was lost. All civilization, all culture, all religion, all philosophy, these are elaborate coping mechanisms for the wound of consciousness. We build cities to distract ourselves from mortality. We create art to give meaning to meaningless existence. We develop science to convince ourselves we understand and control the world. None of it works. We just become more sophisticated at deceiving ourselves. This is radically different from progressive views of history. The Enlightenment narrative says humans moved from ignorance to knowledge, from superstition to reason, from tyranny to freedom. Each generation solves problems the previous generation could not solve. Democracy replaces monarchy. Medicine defeats diseases. Technology improves living standards. We are not perfect, but we are getting better. Choran rejected this completely. He wrote, "Progress is the injustice which each generation commits with regard to its predecessor." What he meant is that each era believes it has finally gotten things right, that previous generations were primitive or mistaken, and that future generations will vindicate current choices. But this is always wrong. Future generations will look back at us with the same contempt we feel for our ancestors, and they will be just as deluded about their own superiority. Consider modern technology as an example. We think smartphones, the internet, artificial intelligence represent human progress. We congratulate ourselves on connectivity, efficiency, access to information. Choran would say we are more enslaved than ever, just enslaved to different things. Ancient people were enslaved by physical labor and ignorance. Modern people are enslaved by information overload and constant stimulation. We have not escaped suffering. We have just changed its form. Or look at political history. The 20th century supposedly marked the triumph of democracy and human rights over fascism and totalitarianism. But Choran, who lived through World War II and witnessed both fascism and communism, saw this differently. He believed humans are fundamentally tribal, violent, irrational. Democracy does not change this. It just gives the mob a vote. Fascism and communism were not aberrations, but revelations of what humans really are when you strip away the civilized veneer. This brings us to one of Choran's most controversial claims, that fanaticism is the engine of history. He wrote a book called A Short History of Decay, where he argued that nothing important in history happens without fanatics. Saints, conquerors, revolutionaries, prophets, these are people who believe something so intensely that they will kill or die for it. Without them, nothing changes. But with them, rivers of blood flow. Think about this carefully. The people who accomplish great things in history are rarely moderate, reasonable, skeptical. Alexander the Great was a megalomaniac. Muhammad was convinced God spoke to him personally. Robespierre believed in virtue so much he guillotined thousands. Lenin thought he understood history scientifically and was willing to sacrifice millions to prove it. These are not balanced people weighing pros and cons. These are fanatics who cannot imagine being wrong. And Choran argued that fanaticism requires stupidity, or at least the willingness to ignore doubt. The more you think, the less you act. The more you question, the less certain you become. So the people who change history are either stupid or willfully blind to complexity. Smart people see too many sides to every question. They become paralyzed by uncertainty. Dumb people or fanatics see one truth and act on it with devastating effectiveness. This leads to a deeply uncomfortable conclusion. If progress requires fanaticism and fanaticism requires stupidity, then progress itself is a product of stupidity. The Enlightenment happened because some fanatics believed in reason strongly enough to overthrow tradition. Democracy spread because some fanatics believed in liberty strongly enough to start wars. Scientific advance happened because some fanatics believed in truth strongly enough to challenge authority. None of these people were measured or moderate. They were zealots. Now, scholars have pointed out serious problems with this analysis. The historian of ideas, Isaiah Berlin, argued that Choran's view of history is too cynical and ignores genuine moral progress. Yes, slavery still exists in some forms, but most of the world has abolished it legally. Yes, wars continue, but deaths from war as a percentage of population have declined. Yes, poverty persists, but fewer people live in extreme poverty than at any point in history. These are real improvements that Choran's philosophy cannot account for. Berlin also pointed out that Choran's own life contradicts his philosophy. Choran fled fascism in Romania and lived comfortably in democratic France for 5 decades. He relied on modern medicine to manage his ailments. He used modern publishing to spread his ideas. If modernity is really just another form of decline, why did he participate in it so thoroughly? Why not retreat to a cave and live like a hermit? The philosopher Karl Popper made a similar point about historical pessimism generally. He argued that philosophies of inevitable decline become self-fulfilling prophecies. If you believe nothing can improve, you do not try to improve things, which guarantees nothing improves. Pessimism about history is not just false, it is dangerous because it justifies passivity in the face of injustice. Choran anticipated this criticism and did not care. He wrote, "I have all the defects of other people, yet everything they do seems to me inconceivable." He admitted he was a hypocrite, living in civilization while condemning it. He used the tools of modernity while despising them. But he did not see this as a logical problem. Hypocrisy, for Choran, is just another proof that humans are contradictory beings who cannot live according to their own principles. Where does this philosophy of history succeed? It provides a powerful critique of historical smugness, the belief that we are better than our ancestors simply because we come after them. Every generation thinks it has finally escaped the errors of the past, that it has achieved enlightenment, while previous generations stumbled in darkness. Then the next generation looks back and laughs at our blindness. Choran reminds us that we are probably just as deluded as everyone before us, just deluded about different things. His analysis of fanaticism is also useful despite its exaggerations. It is true that moderate people rarely change history because change requires single-minded commitment that looks like madness to contemporaries. Martin Luther King Jr. was called a fanatic by moderates who thought he was moving too fast. Suffragettes were dismissed as hysterical fanatics by respectable society. In retrospect, we celebrate these people, but at the time they seemed dangerous and extreme. Choran helps us see that social progress often requires people willing to be unreasonable. His critique of progress is also valuable as a counterweight to naive optimism. It is not true that everything always gets better automatically. Civilizations collapse, knowledge is lost, rights that seem secure disappear overnight. The 20th century showed that modern societies with advanced technology and education can descend into genocidal barbarism. Progress is reversible, fragile, contingent. Choran's pessimism reminds us not to take improvements for granted. But where the philosophy fails is in offering no alternative. If history is inevitable decline and fanaticism drives change and consciousness is a wound, what should we do? Choran says nothing. He offers no program, no solution, no way forward. This makes his philosophy useless for anyone trying to actually improve the world. You can read Choran, agree with him completely, and have absolutely no idea what to do next. Some scholars argue this is intentional. The literary critic Susan Sontag wrote that Choran practices a melancholy dandyism, a performance of despair that is more aesthetic than prescriptive. He is not trying to guide action, but rather to articulate a mood, a way of seeing the world that illuminates aspects of experience we usually ignore. From this perspective, asking Choran for practical advice is like asking a poet to provide a blueprint. That is not what he does. The application of Choran's historical philosophy is mostly negative, which is to say, it is useful for demolishing false hope, but not for building anything new. If you are caught up in historical triumphalism, if you think your political movement or technological innovation will finally solve humanity's problems, Choran is a cold shower of reality. He reminds you that every previous generation thought the same thing and was wrong. This can produce humility, which is valuable. But it can also produce paralysis, a sense that nothing matters because everything declines anyway. Why work for social justice if history is just decline? Why create art if consciousness is a wound? Why have children if you are just perpetuating suffering? Choran gives no answer except to say that these are the right questions, and the fact that they have no good answers is the human condition. The debate among scholars centers on whether Choran's historical pessimism is descriptively accurate or merely expressive of his temperament. Did he discover genuine truths about history, or did he project his personal misery onto historical processes? The evidence suggests the latter. Plenty of historians who study decline, collapse and catastrophe still believe progress is possible. Choran's uniqueness is not his historical knowledge, which was somewhat superficial, but his style of expressing historical despair. Part 4. The Temptation to Exist. One of Choran's most paradoxical ideas concerns action itself. Not particular actions or wrong actions, but the very concept of doing anything at all. His book, the temptation to exist explores why existence keeps pulling us back into action, despite the fact that action is always problematic, always tainted, always doomed to fail. Here is the central dilemma. To exist as a human being means to act, to choose, to intervene in the world. You cannot avoid this. Even choosing not to act is a form of action, a decision with consequences. But every action commits you to a position, forces you to pretend you know what you're doing, requires you to ignore all the reasons your action might be wrong. Action is always premature because you never have enough information. Action is always arrogant because it assumes your intervention improves things. Action is always violent because it imposes your will on reality. Let me explain this with a concrete example. Suppose you see someone drowning and you decide to save them. This seems obviously good, right? You are preventing a death, preserving a life. But look at what you assumed. You assumed that life is better than death. You assumed that this particular person wants to live. You assumed that saving them now will not lead to worse